We do it with a cane. I'll get you to show you an example. We make these rods of colored glass. They're called cane, C-A-N-E, and we melt them into other pieces of glass, and each rod becomes one of the stripes. Yes. Can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? Chris, can we put up picking up cane on a bubble? So today we're going to be making some tumblers. We're going to blow into a wooden mold. The wood mold is stored in water, so the wood doesn't burn when it comes in contact with the hot glass. These folks that you see blowing the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. They each have at least 20 years experience blowing glass. They're museum employees. Oh no. Ben, man standing up there, he's got 30 years. Sarah, 23, 24 years. Clean living and pure thoughts. That's what he's We put up picking up cane on a bubble. So if you look up on the big screen, we have a little diagram. So we lay out our pattern of stripes. These are called cane. We lay them out on a ceramic plate. We roll the bubble over them. The stripes stick to the bubble, and then we melt them in, and each rod becomes one stripe in the final piece. Thank you. So we've blown the glass into our wooden mold, and now we're going to transfer it to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. So that when we make a glass like this, the top is always somewhat thick. So we're going to heat that up, and we're going to stretch the glass at the very top of it out, and then trim some of it off. We have two kinds of furnaces. We have the glass furnaces. Those are the machines where you see the doors closed. Those contain the big tanks of molten glass. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what that machine looks like inside. So inside each of the furnaces, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So it's like a big giant crock pot full of honey. When we want to make something, we take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in. So the second type of furnace is called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. They have no glass in them. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So they're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to melt the little spot where we broke it off the pipe to melt so it's not sharp. And we'll carry it to our annealing oven where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. Now think of the glass like wax. When it gets hot, it gets soft. When it gets cold, it gets hard. When it's hot, it gets soft again. So right now, Ben is going over to our furnace. And he's getting a little molten glass out of the furnace. All glass, when it's hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass that they're working with right now is clear glass. The orange color that you're seeing is the glowing from the heat. Gabe, the man in the black and white hat, he's heating up some colored glass. He's going to bring it to Ben, and Ben's going to drip on some stripes. We heat that up and melt the stripes in. So Ben's going to get that really hot, and he's going to blow some air into that steel tube, blowpipe, and start a bubble. Here he goes. Just one little puff, close it up with his thumb, and the heat and pressure expands the air and blows out the first bubble. On the floor in the center, Sarah has our tumbler mold. It's a two-piece wooden mold. It's stored in water. As long as the wood is wet, you can see the steam coming off it. And that'll give the glass its shape. I'm going to transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. Gabe in the black and white hat has the punty. Attach the punty to the bottom of the glass, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Break it away, it leaves a small hole, and we'll make that into a big hole, and then you'll be able to drink out of it. So now we're going to thin out the glass at the top of that bubble. We take the tweezers, and we stretch it out. Then we take the shears and trim some of that off. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. Anybody have any questions? The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux. It lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients into the furnace, cook them overnight at 2,400 degrees. In the morning, we have a tank full of clear molten glass. If we want to make colored glass, we take those same three ingredients, sand, soda ash, and lime, and we cook them up with some kind of metal. Different metals make different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Sarah's taking the finished glass to our annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. The annealer is an electric oven. We keep it at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there, and then at night it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature. Ben's taking his blowpipe. He's dipping in. He's doing a double dip. Dipped it in once. Now he's dipping it in again. Get a little bit more glass. In order for the glass to stick to the metal pipe, we have to heat the tip. Glass sticks to hot steel, doesn't stick to cold steel. Do you guys have any questions? Ben's coming to the bench. He's checking it for bubbles. At this point, when the glass is thick and gooey, if we see a bubble in there that we don't want, we can yank it out. Once we feel that the gather is clean, then we can shape it up. The tool in his hand is called the block. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Gabe's coming over with the colored glass. We're going to drip on a little abstract stripe. Go back to the glory hole, the round furnace. We'll melt that in. Blow a little air into the pipe. A little bubble pops out the other end. The silver oven with the curved side, that's called the garage. That's where we keep parked stuff until we're ready to use it. It operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make the glass soft. So whatever goes in there stays warm, holds its shape. We're ready to use it. We pull it out and heat it up a little extra. You mean what we're doing now or on the pieces up on the balcony? Okay, we use what's called cane, C-A-N-E. We pull out rods of colored glass like this, and we melt them into a piece of bubble, and then each rod becomes a single stripe. Not now. Ben started blowing glass when he was in high school. He got a after-school job at a glass shop. He went to an art college, and he's been with the museum for 22 years. No, there's a middle school program in the Tacoma Public Schools called the Hilltop Artist Program, and mhm, they were probably from Hilltop. We have we're not, the Hilltop program is not our program, but we have a close relationship with them. We take interns from them. 3 glass blowers you see working today are Ben Cobb, the man at the workbench. He's the head of our glass shop here. Sarah Gilbert to the right, and Gabe Feenan to the left. Put a few drops of water on the joint between the metal rod and the glass itself. The water will crack that joint, and a little tap on the metal pole will release it. We'll take a torch and melt the spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp, and into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. We're going to make a pitcher next. All the glass in our furnaces is clear glass. We want to make a colored object. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that clear bubble with the colored glass. So Gabe in the black and white hat is blowing a bubble of clear glass. And Ben is going to heat up a chunk of colored glass, and we're going to coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. So we drop a blob of colored glass onto the clear bubble, snip it off, and then we're going to smear that colored glass until it entirely coats the original bubble. We call this a color overlay. All the glass in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy our colored glass separately in various forms. We buy it in bars. We buy it in little chips. We buy it in powders. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear from the big furnace. We heat up a chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. This bubble that Gabe has, Gabe is the man in the black and white hat. That's the beginning of our picture. We put up a photo of the pineapple mold. So if you look up on the big screen, we're going to use this mold. It's called a pineapple mold. It has little prongs on the inside. When we blow the bubble into that mold, the little prongs make little dents in the glass. And then we coat that bubble with glass. Each of those little dents traps some air and becomes a bubble in the final pattern. Gabe is shaping that glass with a block. Tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Does anybody have any questions? There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, where we keep the tanks of molten glass. And then there's the glory holes. Those are the round ones with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the furnaces are the same. All the glory holes are the same. Now he's going into the pineapple mold. We call it a pineapple mold because it looks like a pineapple turned inside out. We put up the pineapple mold again. So we use it to make patterns. We use it for several things, but today we're using it to make a pattern of bubbles in the wall of the pitcher. Pitcher. Now we have our bubble we've coated the initial bubble with color. We've put it into the pineapple mold. We're going to dip it once more in the molten glass, and then we'll blow the pitcher up to its full size and shape. If you look up the big screen, you can see the texture created by the pineapple mold. Now we'll dip it in the big tank of molten glass again and coat it. We'll drip some of the excess glass off into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and eventually that'll go back in the furnace. You reach into the furnace to get the glass out. Sometimes it makes the steel pipes hot, so we take them over to that trough, the pipe cooler. We just lay the steel pipe in the trough and spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So now we have all the glass we need. We have the color. We have our bubble pattern. Now it's time to blow it up to its full size and shape. You'll see one of the glass blowers, Sarah, is sitting to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She blows through that steel tube and inflates the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Does anybody have any questions? Now Ben's going to give the glass a squeeze and make a sharp crease in it. That crease is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. The gray pad in Ben's hand is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper. Now we're shaping the bottom of the pitcher. Gabe is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. Ben is leaning on the sides with the jacks, those big metal tongs, and making a nice crisp corner at the bottom of the pitcher. Next thing we're going to do is transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the pitcher from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah, over on the far left, is preparing the punty. She's taken a steel rod, coated the end with a little bit of molten glass to make it sticky. And she'll bring it over to Ben, and Ben will attach it. Ben is the man sitting in the center. We attach the punty to the bottom. And that's going to act as a temporary handle to hold the pitcher while we work on the top. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. Anybody have any questions? Ben's taking his tweezers and stretching out the glass at the top of the bubble. The glass is always a little thick there, so we stretch it out and then trim some of it off. Each time we heat up the glass in the glory hole, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we return to the glory hole and heat it up again. Now Ben will take the jacks and press them against the inside of that opening. The glass is soft, and it'll make the opening bigger. Sarah has blown another bubble. We're going to use this second bubble to make the handle. She'll get her bubble really hot, bring it to Ben sitting at the workbench. He'll attach it, stretch it out, snip it off. Grab it with the tweezers, give it a little twist, and attach it to the top of the pitcher. So you have just one thing left to do on the pitcher, and that's to make the spout. Take the torch. We'll heat up a small spot opposite the handle, and we'll pull out the spout. Gabe comes over with the torch, and he's softening a spot opposite the handle. We'll pull out a little spout. Pitcher is pretty much done. Once again, we'll use water to break the glass away from the metal pipe. Give the pipe a tap. Off it comes. We'll heat it up with the torch where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And we're going to stamp it with the museum logo. That'll stay in that oven. We'll start the cooling process when we quit work today, and then it'll be cool tomorrow morning. Sarah's going over to the garage, the silver oven with a curved side. And she's going to pick up a chunk of colored glass. We put up the color bar photo. So we get our colored glass in the form of these bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint, red, yellow, blue, pink, and we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, and we coat it with the colored glass. We can blow it thinner than cellophane. Blow it thinner than cellophane. So Gabe on the left is blowing a bubble of clear glass. Sarah standing up in black shirt and shorts is heating up a little chunk of colored glass. And we're going to coat Gabe's bubble with the colored glass. We drop a blob of the colored glass onto the clear bubble. And we're going to smear it until it entirely coats the original bubble. Does anybody have any questions? Well, we have guest artists come in from all over the world. So some of them are glass makers, some of them are not. We've had painters, ceramicists, musicians, poets. And if the person is not the artist is not a glass maker, then they come up with designs, and our team of glassblowers make their designs. So Gabe, now he's coated that bubble with the colored glass. We're going to let that cool and stiffen a bit, and then we'll put more clear glass over that. Now Gabe's going over to our furnace. He's going to dip his bubble in the big tank of molten glass. Well, we used, can we put up the color bar photo again? So we buy colored glass in the form of those bars. We buy it like an artist buys paint. We blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace. We heat up a little chunk of the colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. The reason that we do it this way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we would fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we, 1,000 pounds in each of the furnaces. 1,000 pounds is not as much as it seems because glass is very heavy. Yes, so if you had a block of glass that was 3 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 1 foot deep, that would be 1,000 pounds. Glass weighs 2.5 times as much as water. So you know how heavy a bucket of water is, double that and then some. There's two kinds of furnaces. The glass furnaces where we keep the molten glass, those are on 24/7. The glory holes, the round ones with the doors open, there's no glass in those. Those are only on during the working day. Natural gas. There are electric furnaces, but we don't have one. Uh, yeah, is there gas versus electric? Electrics are much quieter. You can see like with an electric car versus a gas car. Um, the electricity is more expensive, but um, you use more of the heat that you generate. When you have a gas flame, you're pushing gas and air into the furnace, and then it goes out again. And so that the gases that go out the door and up the flue, those carry heat with them. So you're really only using a small percentage of the heat you create. When you have electric, you can close the whole thing up, and so you can retain the heat that you've created. So whether it's practical, usually depends on where you live and how much electricity is. Electricity is relatively low here in the Northwest, but if you go to Hawaii, electricity is extremely expensive. Gabe's now going over to the furnace. He's going to coat that bubble with more clear glass. Drip the excess off into that steel can, and we'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back to the furnace. Do you guys have any questions? What?
Is he just cooling the bar right now?
Yes.
So every time he puts a coat on,
Yeah, when we reach into the furnace to get the glass out, the the pipe is, directly in the path of the flame, and so it gets hot. So we just lay it in that trough. It's called the pipe cooler. We spray water on it and cools it down and makes it easy to hold. So we're making a glass pitcher, the kind you would use for orange juice or water. We've coated the initial bubble with color. We've made a bubble pattern with the pineapple mold. Now we're going to blow it up to its full size and shape. One of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes. So Sarah's blowing, and Ben is shaping the glass. That dark pad in his hand is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? So it's just everyday, ordinary newspaper. So now Ben is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a crease in it. That crease is where the place where we'll break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Can we go back to the action? So Gabe is heating up the glass in the glory hole, the round oven. Sarah's blowing as Ben shapes the glass with the newspaper. Ben is the man in the light gray shirt sitting at the center workbench. Anybody have any questions? Now, Gabe is holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. making it nice and flat so it sits nicely on the table. Ben is leaning on the sides, keeping the sides nice and straight. We'll push the bottom in just a little bit so it's concave. That also will help it sit nicely on the table. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the pitcher from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the pitcher from the bottom while we shape the top. Ben's going to scratch a little circle on the bottom so we can see where the center is. Sarah's going to come over with the punty and we'll attach it. So that's going to hold the pitcher just temporarily while we form the top of the pitcher and add the handle. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. Give the pipe a tap, and off it should come. We're going to stretch out the glass at the top of the pitcher. The glass there is always a little thick, so we'll stretch it out with the tweezers. And then we'll take a pair of shears and trim some of that thick stuff off. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. The next thing we're going to do is going to widen the opening at the top. Ben is using a tool called the jacks. He's pressing against the inside of that opening and making the opening larger. Sarah, in the black shirt and shorts, has made a second bubble We're going to use this second bubble to make the handle of the pitcher. Here comes Sarah with her bubble. We'll attach it to the bottom of the pitcher. Stretch it out, snip it off. Grab it with the tweezers, give it a little curl, and attach it at the top. We'll take a torch and melt the little cut mark where we cut that off. Anybody have any questions? One thing left to do on the pitcher, and that's make the spout. So we'll take a torch, heat up a little small area on the edge of the pitcher, and then we'll form the spout. The colors in glass come from metals, mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. So you have to do it when you cook up the glass from scratch. You can't add it now. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. Yeah, usually it's overnight for most standard tableware. The glass is, it has a lot of thermal inertia. It holds heat quite well. And so the outside cools fast and the inside stays hot. And the outside shrinks and it pulls on the inside with enough force to break it. So we put it in the annealing oven. We hold it at constant temperature until it's the same temperature inside and out. And then we slowly bring it down so that we don't create a new differential in temperature. It's going to cause it to break. Thank you. Yeah. So we're making some tumblers. We blew the glass into a wooden mold. It's a two-piece mold. It's made out of wood. It's kept wet. As long as the wood is wet, the wood doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So we're making some tumblers, some drinking glasses. We've blown this into a mold. Now we're going to deal with the top. We'll grab the glass with the tweezers and stretch it out. The glass at the top is always a little thick, so we stretch it out and trim some of the thick stuff off. It's not a temperature, it's a range of temperatures. When it comes fresh out of the furnace, it's 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and as soon as you get it out of the furnace, the temperature starts to drop. And so we probably work it to about, I'd say, 1400 degrees. So it's really from about 21 to 1400. A drinking glass? Would you drink your orange juice out of? Put a few drops of water to crack the joint between the metal rod and the glass itself. A little tap will release it. And we'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And then we'll take the glass to the annealing oven where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. So Ben in the light gray shirt has dipped his pipe into our big tank of molten glass. A little bit sticks to the end of the pipe. He's using a tool called the block to shape it up. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. We're going to drip on a little kind of random stripe. We'll go back to the glory hole, the round furnace, and melt that in. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. Anybody have any questions? Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So the machine where you see the doors closed, that's a glass furnace. That diagram shows you what it looks like inside. So in that big pot, there's 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The melted glass is like honey. So when we dip into can we put up a honey dipper? So we dip the pipe into the molten glass. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. And we dip it in, twirl it around, a little bit sticks to the end. Thank you. So we're going to trim some of the thick glass off the top. When the glass is hot, you can cut it with a scissors. Oh, that's a mold. It's a wooden mold. M-O-L-D, a mold. So we'll take the finished glass to our annealing oven where it be cooled slowly overnight. That big black oven is called the annealer. It's an electric oven. We keep it at 925 degrees all day long. We place all the objects we make during the day in there. And then at night, it has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. If we made these glasses and just put them on the table and let them cool on their own, they would cool too quickly and unevenly, and they would break. Gabe in the black and white hat has a little bit of colored glass. He's going to bring it to Ben, sitting at the workbench. He's going to wind on a little random stripe. Now Ben is melting that stripe into the surface in the glory hole. Glory hole runs on natural gas and forced air, and we keep it at approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Ben is going to blow a little air into the steel tube, close it up with his thumb, and a little bubble will pop out the other end. Going over to our mold. It's a two-piece wooden mold. We drop the bubble inside and then blow. We blow and turn the pipe at the same time so that we don't get what's called a parting line where the two halves of the mold meet. Ben's going to scratch a little circle on the base so you can see where the center is. And then once we reheat that glass, the little scratch will go away. How long does it take to learn glass blowing? It depends on you. It's like learning an instrument or learning a sport. People take to it at very different rates. Average, I would say, of these guys is probably 25, 26 years. What? Yeah, these guys can make pretty much anything you can imagine. Well, we do all sorts of things. There is no one answer to that. Um, we have guest artists come in from all over the world. They work with our team. They take their stuff home with them. We make stuff for the store. We do commissions. We have a contest for kids called Kids Design Glass, where we make sculptures from kids' drawings. So it's all over the map. We've done a lot of corporate ones, corporate awards. Um, we've done all sorts of things. Yes. Yeah, sometimes we make stuff for other artists. Um, it's all over the map. So Ben's rounding out that ball of glass with the block. That tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. We're dripping on some colored glass to make a kind of abstract stripe. So now Ben, in light gray shirt, is heating that up in the glory hole. That's the round furnace. We're melting that stripe into the surface. And now we're going to blow a little bubble in there. Watch the glass, you'll see a little bubble pop out in the end. Blowing the glass into a mold. It's a little wooden mold. You can see to Sarah's left. It's a two-part mold. We open it up, drop the bubble inside, and blow. Next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the pipe it's originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. There's three reasons why the building is in this shape. Reason number one, most important, it looks really cool. Reason number two, the building is designed so that the whole building acts as a giant chimney to create a natural updraft to take the heat and smoke away from the furnaces. Reason number three is historical. Along this waterway before the museum was here, there were a number of sawmills. The sawmills had big cone-shaped metal outbuildings where they burned the waste wood from the sawmill for power. When the architect looked at old pictures of this waterway, he saw these big cone-shaped buildings, and that's what gave him the idea to make the building in this shape. Anybody got any questions? Yeah.
So it seems like you're making, or everybody here is making the same item over and over again. What are they making?
We're making glasses, drinking glasses. It's different points for different things. So what we did for these glasses, we got a little ball of molten glass out of the furnace. We wound on a little kind of abstract stripe, and then we melted that in. And then we blow them up to their full size and shape.
So essentially, these ones are just going to be plain regular
They're
drinking
going to be
glasses.
clear with a colored stripe.
Gotcha.
Sarah's taking it over to our annealer, where the glass will cool slowly so it doesn't break. I think that's lunch. We're closing early today at 3 o'clock, so we're taking our lunch a little early as well. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have our resident team of glass blowers, and they're going to be making mold-blown drinking glasses. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them, one on each side of the studio. If you look up on the big screen, you'll see a diagram. That's what the furnaces look like inside. So in each furnace, there's a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. And at that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. We take one of those steel pipes. If you watch Gabe over there on the left, he's taking his pipe and dipping it into the big tank of molten glass. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when you blow, the little ball of glass on the end blows up like a balloon. Once you get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The round guys with the doors open are glory holes. They have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glass that's in the furnaces is clear glass. When we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the furnace, we heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. All glass, no matter what color it is, when it's hot, it looks orange, whether it's red or blue or pink or purple. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you think about your own homes, if you have an electric stove, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot, they glow orange for a little while. Turn them off, they cool down, the orange glow disappears, and they appear to be gray again. Glass is the same way. So it's going to look like we're making a lot of orange things, but really we're not. Oh, not heavy at all. It's maybe, I don't know, half a pound. When they, right now, Gabe, the man in the black and white hat, is letting that glass cool and stiffen before we put more glass on top of that bubble. Each time we dip it into the furnace to coat it with glass, only a certain amount will stick. So if we want more glass than will stick to it, we have to build it up in layers. So we dip it in, blow a little bubble, let the bubble harden, and then we go and dip it in again. Gabe is dripping off some of that excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. We reach into the furnace to get the glass. It gets the metal pipes hot. So we go over to the pipe cooler, which is a metal trough. We lay the steel pipe in the metal trough. We spray water on it. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass while the man sitting at the bench shapes it. The three glass blowers that are working today, the man sitting at the bench in the light gray shirt, that's Ben Cobb. The man in the black and white hat, that's Gabe Feenan. The woman seated to the left of the bench is Sarah Gilbert. So Ben has a gray pad in his hand. That pad is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. So Sarah is blowing as Ben shapes the glass with the newspaper. Does anybody have any questions? Yeah. They know what they're making. This is going to be a pitcher like a water pitcher. Oh, yeah, yes, they are. All the Waterford was handmade, usually blown into molds. They don't do much freehand, but yeah, it's basically the same. Yeah, almost all of that's probably blown into molds. So this picture that we're making is not blown into a mold. It's completely freehand. So we're holding a wooden paddle across the bottom. Make sure the bottom is nice and flat, and will sit nicely on the table. Next thing we're going to do is transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the pitcher from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah, over on the far left, is preparing the second steel rod, the Punty, P-U-N-T-Y. And we're going to stick it on the bottom of that pitcher, and it'll hold it temporarily while we work on the top. We'll stick the Punty on the bottom. When we feel that Punty is centered, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip a little water where we want it to break, give it a tap, and off it comes. So now Ben is taking the tweezers and stretching out the glass at the top of our pitcher. And then we're going to take a pair of shears and we're going to cut off that thick glass. Once the paddles are charred, they burn very slowly. So now Ben is taking the tool called the jacks and pressing against the inside of that opening. The glass is hot and soft, and we widen it. The next thing we're going to do is add the handle. Sarah has blown a second bubble for the handle. We'll drop the bubble onto the pitcher. We'll stretch it out. Snip it off. Grab it with the tweezers and attach it to the top of the pitcher. Anybody got any questions? What? No, the handle is clear. When we started, we blew a bubble of clear glass, we heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coated that initial bubble with the colored glass. After he finishes that, I'll show you a little video that explains it. One thing left to do on this pitcher, and that's make a spout. One of the glass blowers will take a torch and heat up a little spot opposite the handle. That'll make that spot soft, and then we'll form the spout. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take the pitcher off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We'll soften a little spot on the bottom with that torch. We'll take the museum logo and stamp it into the bottom. And into our annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team: Ben Cobb, Sarah Gilbert, and Gabe Feeney. There's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnace. Those are on 24/7. And then there's the glory holes, the round ones. Those are only on during the working day. So we have a little video. We'll show you how we apply the color to the glass. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So over on the left, Gabe has our original bubble. We've coated it with the colored glass. We're going to shape that up and then let it cool a bit and then dip it in more clear glass. Anybody have any questions? Gabe is shaping that bubble with a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn. It doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Just want to give everybody the heads up. We're closing early today at 3 o'clock, so make your plans accordingly. you guys have any questions? Good. That somebody who entered our studio made.
Oh, okay.
In the furnace. Okay, what's the glass made of? Glass is made of three main components: sand, soda ash, and lime. Lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients into the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of clear glass. Yeah, we cook it. I would compare it to a cake mix, where all the ingredients are already in there and then you just bake it. Well, I mean, glass is 2,000 years old, so it couldn't have been that complicated. Yes, can we do repair work? Yeah, we have our cold worker, Kristen Elliott, and she does repairs. Sarah is blowing, as Ben, in the light gray shirt, shapes the glass with the newspaper. So now Ben is squeezing the glass with a tool called a jacks and making a notch in that bubble. That notch is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So Sarah, seated to the left, is blowing as Ben, sitting at the bench, shapes it. We're going to hold a wooden paddle across the bottom to make the bottom nice and flat. So the pitcher will sit nicely on the table. Next thing we're going to do is transfer this bubble from the rod it's on now to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold the pitcher from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah's coming over with the punty. We'll attach it to the bottom. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. When they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. We'll drip some water where we want the glass to break. The water will crack the glass, and a little tap, and off it comes. We're going to stretch out the glass at the top, and then we're going to trim some of it off. Right now we have a little hole at the top. We want to make the hole bigger. We'll heat up the top half of that pitcher, make it hot and soft, and then Ben will go in with his jacks, those metal tongs, and press against the inside of the opening and make it wider. There's the jacks. He's pressing inside. You can see the opening getting bigger. Sarah's brought over a second bubble. We use this second bubble to make the handle. She'll bring it to Ben. Ben will stick it on the side of the pitcher, stretch it out, and snip it off. Grab it with the tweezers, give it a little twist, and attach the handle to the top of the pitcher. Everything we do has to be cooled slowly or break. So we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. We'll soften a spot on the bottom and stamp it with our museum logo. Sarah has grabbed a chunk of the colored glass. Gabe has blown a bubble of clear glass, and we'll coat the clear bubble with the colored glass. If you just came in, we're making water pitchers with a bubble pattern in them. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. Oh yeah, natural gas. Yeah, propane's too expensive. Natural gas is much cheaper. Do we shut them down at night? We shut the glory holes off, the round ones with the doors open, the glass furnaces, the ones with the doors closed, where we keep the molten glass, those are on 24/7. Sarah's coming over to Gabe. She's got the colored glass. And we're going to drop a little blob on top of Gabe's bubble. And Gabe's going to push it backwards towards the pipe until it entirely coats the original bubble. Yes. Nope, they're employees of the museum. Now Gabe is going over to the furnace. He's going to dip his bubble into the big tank of molten glass and coat it with a fresh layer of hot molten glass. We want these to have a bubble pattern in them. So we're going to use a special mold called a pineapple mold. Can we put up a photo of the pineapple mold? So we're going to blow the bubble into this mold. The mold has little spikes. The little spikes will make little dents in the glass. It will dip it into the big tank of molten glass, and each of the little dents will trap some air and make the bubbles that you see in the pattern on the right. Now Gabe is shaping that bubble, getting it ready to go into the pineapple mold. Now Gabe is going into the pineapple mold. He's going to blow. You guys have any questions?
Do they temper it afterwards?
Nope. Tempering, we do the opposite of tempering.
Okay.
Tempering is cooling the glass very quickly under controlled conditions to put the outside of the glass in compression so it gets harder to break. We're doing annealing in this oven, cooling it very slowly and taking all the stress out of it. Tempering, you actually purposefully induce stress into the glass. And then we let that bubble cool and harden a little bit. And then when we dip it in the molten glass, each dent traps some air.
Traps the air.
And becomes one of the bubbles. What specific? What you mean?
I've heard like some glasses like boron silicate, would be
Right.
stronger or
Yeah, different glasses have different properties. Borosilicate glass is much more heat resistant. It to heat shock. That's why they make cookware out of it, laboratory equipment. This is soda-lime glass. This is probably the most common, ordinary glass that you can find. Um,
This is where he's trapping the bubbles, right?
yeah,
They just dip it in there?
you dip it into the furnace. Can we put up the furnace diagram? So that's what the furnace looks like inside. There's a big ceramic tank with 1,000 pounds of melted glass in there. And the melted glass has the consistency of honey. It's like dipping into a big jar of honey. You saw when it dripped off. It's kind of like drips like honey. If you came in a little later, we're making a water pitcher with a bubble pattern in it. Thank you, Chris. So now we have all the glass we need. We've coated the original bubble with color. We've made the bubble pattern. Now it's time to blow it up to its full size and shape. One of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah. She's going to be the person that's blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass while Ben, sitting at the workbench, shapes.
Solid piece of glass?
No, a liquid piece of glass.
But the whole thing was glass, and now they'll.
Yeah, so there you have a big tank. Can we put up the furnace diagram again? So our glass furnaces have a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. The glass in the pot has the consistency of honey, so it's like dipping into a big jar of honey. So we dip the pipe in there, twirl it around. A little bit of glass collects around the end of the pipe. Pipe is hollow, so then we blow. And we blow it up like a balloon.
Thank you.
So Sarah is blowing as Ben shapes it. That's why we're turning. As long as we keep it turning, the glass stays on center. If we stop turning, the thing will stay up. The next thing we're going to do is transfer the pitcher from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah's bringing over the punty. Attach it to the bottom. We feel that bond is stable. We'll take the tweezers, dip them in water, drip a little water where we want the glass to break, give the pipe a tap. So here we go with the water. So now the pitcher is held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Do you guys have any questions? A water pitcher. Well, the of the pitcher is attached to the metal pipe. We flatten the bottom, then we grab it from the bottom, break this part off, and then we can shape the top. So now we're going to widen the opening at the top. We take a tool called the jacks, and we press against the inside of the opening. The glass on top is soft, and that'll make the opening larger. going to heat up and soften a little spot on the rim and form the spout. So the pitcher is done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we'll take it off the metal rod. We'll place it in an oven called the annealer where we'll cool it very slowly overnight. We'll soften a spot on the bottom of the pitcher with that torch, and we'll stamp it with the museum logo. We'll carry it to the annealer, where it'll cool slowly overnight. So let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, Ben Cobb, Gabe Feenan, and Sarah Gilbert.
So is all the glass in there that purpley lavender color?
No,
How do
it's
you
all
deter-
clear.
It's all clear. How do they determine what color it's going to be?
When you heat up a chunk of glass, whatever color we want to make it, we blow a bubble from the furnace, heat up a chunk of color, and then we coat the initial bubble with whatever color we want it to be. We have a little video. You want to see the video? Can we play color overlay? This will show you how we apply the color.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
The reason we do it that way is so that we can have any color we want, anytime we want. If we filled up the furnace with blue, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece individually, we could make a pink thing, then a green thing, then a red thing. So now we're going to make some tumblers. We have a little wooden mold. We store the wooden mold in water as long as the wood is wet. The mold doesn't burn, and we don't leave any marks. We close the wooden mold around the bubble, and then we blow. We blow and we spin the pipe. You can see the steam coming off the mold. The mold is soaked in water, so that's not smoke that you see, that's steam. Thank you for coming in, guys. So we're making tumblers. We're blowing them into a wooden mold. Sarah's seated in the middle of the workshop, just to her left. That's the mold. Ben has the bubble with the stripes in it. We'll close the mold and then blow and turn at the same time. The mold is stored in water. You can see the steam coming out of it. Transfer the glass from the pipe it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. Natural gas. That's not as much as you would think. We're heating up a very small space to a very high temperature. When you heat your house, you're heating up a giant space to a very low temperature. So a house might be 12,000 cubic feet of air, and you're heating it up to 68 degrees. We're heating up 12 cubic feet to 2,000 degrees. The furnaces probably run about $500 a month to run. Sure. The, we're making tumblers. We're blowing them into a wooden mold. The wooden mold is sitting in that white bucket. As long as the wood is wet, the mold doesn't burn when we blow the hot glass into it. So Ben, in the white gray shirt, has just gotten some molten glass out of the furnace. And he's checking it for bubbles. If he sees a bubble at this point, we can actually just yank it out and snip it off. Ben is shaping the glass with a tool called the block. We're going to drip on a contrasting color to make stripes. We'll melt those stripes into the surface. Could we put up the furnace diagram? So everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. That's what they look like inside. So each one of them has a big ceramic pot, and in that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 1150 Celsius, which is the same temperature as the hottest volcano. So it's kind of like having your own private volcano. We're blowing into a mold here. It's a two-piece mold. It's made out of wood, and we store it in water. As long as the wood is wet, it doesn't burn when it comes in contact with the melted glass. Transferring the glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The punty will hold the glass from the bottom while we shape the top. Round oven that we're heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. There's no glass in that oven. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Take the tweezers and stretch out the glass at the top. take the shears and trim off some of that thick glass. Now we'll widen the opening using a tool called the jacks. Press it against the inside of that opening. The glass is hot and soft, and the opening will get wider. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly. So we'll take the glass off the metal rod and place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled slowly overnight. Can we play the pony video? The unseen glass blower in the video is that guy in the red shirt, Nick. It's got to be done all in one shot. That's a wooden mold. We want to make, we drop the bubble in the mold, we close it, and then we blow it, and it fills out the mold. Shape. We can recycle our clear waste. We can't recycle our colored waste because the furnaces where we melt the glass are all clear, and we can't throw little bits of red and blue and green in there. separate program in the Tacoma Public Schools. No, I just went to Stadium. That's they're at Silas, which used to be, Wilson, now it's called Silas, and Jason Lee, which is now called Milltown Heritage. Turns out Mr. Wilson and Mr. Lee were not nice people.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, our history, right?
Oh, that's political history.
Yeah, yeah.
Wilson was a president of the United States, but he was a terrible racist. And Woodrow Wilson,
Woodrow Wilson, he was one of our early presidents. Oh.
but he was a terrible guy. He kicked all the black people out of civil service.
What, he owned slaves, right?
What?
He owned,
No, it's too late for
is
that.
that too late? Okay.
But he segregated all the civil service things.
So opposite of Abraham Lincoln, who was pro-civil rights, he was more like the president that was more like followed the Confederate mindset. They're taking U.S. history right now. Well, next term. Next, oh, that's right. So you guys are doing world history, right? So this will take government.
What?
They'll take government, world history, and U.S. history during the school year.
It has to be cooled slowly overnight. But he's too slow. If we just put him on the table and let him cool on their own, they can break.
They have to be.
So guys, we're closing early at 3. Okay. Thanks for coming in, guys.